In the quiet pre-dawn hours of the 16th century, the grand palace of Topkapi in Istanbul slowly awakened to another day. The soft golden light of early morning gradually illuminated the intricate ceramic tiles that adorned the walls of the imperial residence, their blues and turquoises beginning to shimmer as they had done for countless mornings before. Sultan Suleiman the Magnificent still slept in his private chamber, where heavy silk curtains filtered the earliest rays of sunshine. The chamber was peaceful, with only the faintest sounds of early morning birds chirping in the palace gardens penetrating the thick stone walls. The Sultan's personal attendants moved with practiced silence, preparing for the day ahead with gentle, unhurried movements that had been refined through generations of palace tradition. The morning ritual began, as it always did, with the careful preparation of the Sultan's morning ablutions. Water gathered from the sweetest springs outside the city had been brought to the palace in copper vessels the previous evening. Now it was gently warmed over small charcoal braziers, the water heated to the precise temperature that the Sultan preferred. Soft cotton towels were laid out with meticulous care, each one positioned exactly as tradition dictated. Rose petals floated in a shallow copper basin, releasing their delicate fragrance into the still morning air. The scent of sandalwood incense mingled with the roses, creating a soothing aromatic cloud that drifted lazily through the private chambers. Outside in the palace kitchens, the day's first meals were being prepared with unhurried precision. Bread dough, which had been rising slowly through the night, was shaped by hands that had performed these same movements for decades. The palace bakers worked in comfortable silence, their experienced fingers pressing and folding the soft, yielding dough. The ovens had been lit before dawn, and now radiated a steady, gentle heat that filled the kitchen with warmth. Dates and figs harvested from the Sultan's private gardens were arranged on silver platters, their sweet scent adding another layer to the morning's aromatic symphony. As the sun rose higher, casting longer shadows across the marble floors, more of the palace staff began their daily routines. The head gardener and his assistants moved quietly through the expansive palace grounds, inspecting the roses, tulips, and cypress trees that grew in geometric patterns throughout the imperial gardens. They carried copper watering cans, distributing moisture to thirsty plants with careful attention. The gardeners knew each plant individually, understood its needs and habits, as one might know an old friend. They spoke softly among themselves, discussing the health of a particular rosebush or the progress of the season's first tulips, their voices barely rising above a whisper in the morning stillness. In his private study, the Sultan's personal scribe prepared the writing materials that would be needed later in the day. He ground ink on a smooth stone, adding just the right amount of water to achieve the perfect consistency. The movement was rhythmic and meditative, a task he had performed every morning for 20 years. Nearby, reed pens were arranged in order of size, each one crafted specifically for the Sultan's hand. Sheets of the finest paper were stacked neatly, their edges aligned with geometric precision. The scribe worked methodically, finding peace in the routine that had structured his mornings since he was a young apprentice. By mid-morning, the Sultan himself would rise from his slumber. His personal physician would be waiting to check his pulse and offer advice for maintaining health throughout the day. The royal barber would trim his beard with steady hands and fragrant oils. The master of the wardrobe would present the day's clothing options, each garment made from the finest silks and cottons from across the empire. All these activities followed an ancient rhythm, a dance of daily habits that had sustained the Ottoman court for centuries. The palace was designed to create a sense of timeless tranquility. Water features provided a constant, gentle background, sound as they burbled through channels and collected in reflective pools. The architecture itself created natural cooling effects, with high ceilings capturing the warm air and allowing it to rise away from the living spaces below. Thick walls insulated against both heat and noise, maintaining the sense of peaceful seclusion within the imperial compound. Windows were positioned to capture favorable breezes and frame pleasing views of the gardens or the distant waters of the Bosphorus. As the morning progressed toward midday, the Sultan would move to the Hall of Petitions, where he would hear from his advisors and make decisions regarding the affairs of state. But even this potentially stressful activity was conducted with dignified calm. Cushions were arranged on low divans, positioned to catch the most pleasant light. Servants moved silently around the periphery of the room, offering cool sherbet, drinks flavored with fruit essences to refresh the participants in these quiet deliberations. The Sultan's Grand Vizier would speak in measured tones, presenting information without urgency or alarm, maintaining the atmosphere of composed reflection that defined the Ottoman court. The daily rhythm continued like this, unhurried and measured, as it had for generations before and would continue for generations to come. Each task, from the grinding of spices in the kitchen to the copying of poetry in the library, was performed with mindful attention and without haste. The palace existed in its own temporal dimension, where time flowed more slowly and deliberately than in the bustling city beyond its walls. This was the peaceful heart of an empire, where the Sultan's day unfolded with the predictable grace of the sun moving across the sky, casting ever-changing patterns through the ornate latticework of the palace windows. As the day's activities wound down in the Grand Ottoman Palace, across distant lands in another realm of peaceful devotion, the ancient Hindu temples of southern India welcomed the approach of evening with their own timeless rituals. The Meenakshi temple in Madurai stood as it had for centuries, its towering gopurams reaching toward the darkening sky like stone mountains carved by patient hands. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the temple grounds, creating pools of cooling, darkness that offered respite from the day's lingering warmth. The granite stones of the ancient structure had absorbed the day's heat, and now released it slowly, creating a gentle warmth that would persist well into the evening hours. The temple's daily routines followed rhythms established over 1,000 years ago, passed down through generations of priests who dedicated their lives to maintaining these sacred traditions. As evening approached, temple attendants moved with quiet purpose through the vast complex, lighting oil lamps that would illuminate the night's ceremonies. Each brass lamp was filled with clarified butter made from the milk of sacred cows, the liquid golden in the fading light. The wicks, made of twisted cotton, were carefully trimmed to ensure they would burn with a steady, unwavering flame. As each lamp was lit, the attendant would gently ring a small bell, its sweet tone marking another increment in the day's careful progression toward night. Deep within the inner sanctum, where only the initiated priests were permitted to enter, preparations were underway for the evening's main ritual, the night worship of the goddess Meenakshi. Flowers that had been gathered at dawn, jasmine, marigolds, and rose petals, were now arranged in intricate patterns on silver platters. Their fragrances mingled in the still air, creating an invisible cloud of sweetness that seemed to hover in the sacred space. The head priest, a man who had served in this temple for more than 5 decades, supervised these preparations with calm authority, his weathered hands occasionally adjusting the position of a flower or a sacred vessel with small, precise movements. Though temple elephants, who had spent the day in the shade of ancient banyan trees, were now led by their handlers toward the main entrance. Their massive bodies moved with surprising grace, each step placed deliberately on the stone pathway they had walked thousands of times before. Their skin had been washed earlier in the day, and now gleamed dull grey in the fading light. Small brass bells attached to their ceremonial headdresses tinkled softly with each ponderous step, adding another layer to the temple's growing evening symphony of gentle sounds. Pilgrims who had journeyed from distant villages began to gather in the outer courtyards. They had bathed in the temple tank, the large square pool whose waters were believed to wash away spiritual impurities. Now they sat in small family groups on the cool stone floors, speaking in hushed tones about the blessings they hoped to receive or the gratitude they had come to express. Some elderly pilgrims closed their eyes in silent meditation, their lips moving in wordless prayers that had sustained them through long lives of both joy and hardship. Children, tired from the day's travel, leaned against their parents' shoulders, their usual energy subdued by the temple's atmosphere of reverent calm. The temple musicians took their positions near the entrance to the inner shrine. The mridangam drummer checked the tension of his instrument's leather heads, occasionally tapping lightly to test the tone. The player of the nadaswaram, a long wooden wind instrument, moistened his reed and played a few experimental notes, the sound hovering in the air like an audible form of incense. They would accompany the evening arati ceremony with music that had remained largely unchanged for centuries, melodies that connected the present moment with countless such evenings stretching back into antiquity. As darkness fell more completely, the thousands of oil lamps throughout the temple created a warm golden glow that transformed the stone structure into a luminous sanctuary. Shadows danced on ancient carved pillars as small air currents moved the flames ever so slightly. The stone deities, who had stood in patient silence for hundreds of years, seemed to come alive in this gentle, flickering light. Their faces, polished by the reverential touches of countless devotees over countless years, gleamed in the soft illumination. The evening's main ritual began with the ringing of the temple's large bell, its deep, resonant tone summoning all present to attention. The head priest emerged from the inner sanctum carrying a large silver lamp with multiple flames arranged in a circle. He moved in a measured, clockwise direction, offering the light first to the deity, and then turning to share this blessing with the assembled devotees. The flame represented the divine presence, temporary illumination in the face of eternal darkness. The pilgrims extended their hands toward the warmth of the flame and then brought their palms to their eyes, symbolically taking the divine light into themselves. The ceremony continued with the offering of water, cloth, flowers, incense, and food to the deity. Each substance was presented with specific prayers chanted in Sanskrit, the ancient language that had carried these same prayers for millennia. The priest's voice rose and fell in practiced cadences, the sounds forming patterns that were as much felt as heard by those present. The chanting created a meditative atmosphere, the repetitive sounds leading many of the pilgrims into a state of peaceful contemplation. Time seemed to slow or perhaps to cease entirely as the ritual unfolded in its accustomed order. After the main ceremony concluded, the temple would remain open for several more hours. Pilgrims circled the inner shrine in a clockwise direction, some counting prayer beads as they walked, others simply absorbing the peaceful atmosphere of the sacred space. Families would sit together on the cool stone floors, sharing simple meals they had brought from home. The sound of children's whispers, the soft shuffling of bare feet on stone, the occasional gentle chime of a handbell. These formed the quiet soundscape of the temple at night, a peaceful conclusion to another day in the ancient rhythm Devotion that had sustained this sacred place through the centuries, connecting the present moment with both past and future in an unbroken chain of reverence and tradition. Far to the east of India's ancient temples, across mountains and seas, the peaceful valleys of Japan cradled another tradition of contemplation and ritual. Within the moss-covered stone walls of a Zen monastery in Kyoto, a different kind of daily routine unfolded, one marked by simplicity, mindfulness, and the gentle passage of time. Long before the first light of dawn touched the tiled roofs of the temple buildings, while the surrounding city still slept in darkness, the monastery's wooden fish drum sounded its hollow call, echoing through the silent hallways. This was the signal for the monks to rise from their simple sleeping mats and prepare for the day's first meditation. The monks moved through the pre-dawn darkness with practiced ease, requiring no lamps to find their way along familiar pathways. Their feet, covered only in thin white tabi socks, made almost no sound on the polished wooden floors. Each monk had slept in his day robes, so there was no need to dress, only to straighten the simple black garments and ensure they hung properly before proceeding to the meditation hall. No words were exchanged. Speech was unnecessary when all knew precisely what was expected of them, what had been expected every morning for hundreds of years in this same place. The meditation hall, or zendo, was a long rectangular room with tatami, mat flooring. Rows of round cushions called zafu were arranged with mathematical precision, each one marking the spot where a monk would sit for the morning zazen practice. The monks entered in order of seniority, each bowing slightly at the threshold before proceeding to his assigned place. They settled onto their cushions in the lotus position, legs crossed, back straight but not rigid, hands forming an oval in the lap, with thumbs lightly touching. The only sound in the room was the whisper of fabric as robes were adjusted, and the barely audible rhythm of breathing. Outside, the first birds began their morning songs, their voices carrying clearly in the still air. The monastery was situated in a forested area at the edge of the city, and the natural world provided a gentle auditory backdrop to the silence of human meditation. Occasionally, drops of dew would fall from the eaves of the roof, landing with a soft plink on the stones of the garden pathway. These subtle sounds were not distractions, but rather became part of the meditation experience, acknowledged and then released without attachment or reaction. As the darkness gradually gave way to the faintest grey light of approaching dawn, the outline of the meditation hall's interior became visible. Simple wooden beams supported the ceiling, their grain patterns telling the story of ancient trees that had been transformed into this sanctuary of contemplation. The walls were unadorned except for a single calligraphy scroll hanging in the tokonoma alcove, brush strokes forming characters that translated as original mind, a reminder of what the monks sought through their practice of silent sitting. The head monk sat facing the others, his presence providing a gentle anchor for the collective meditation. He had been practicing zazen for over 40 years, and his stillness had a quality of being both deeply relaxed and completely alert. From time to time, he would strike a small bell with a wooden mallet, its clear tone serving as a reminder to return attention to the breath whenever the mind might have begun to wander. The bell's sound would expand to fill the room and then gradually fade away, demonstrating through its very nature the impermanence that was a central teaching of Zen Buddhism. After nearly 2 hours of silent sitting, broken only once by a period of slow walking meditation, the morning gong announced the transition to the next activity of the day. The monks rose from their cushions in perfect unison, bowed once toward their seats and once toward the center of the room, and then filed out in the same ordered silence, with which they had entered. They proceeded to the washing area, where cold water from a mountain spring flowed through bamboo pipes into a long stone basin. Here they performed their morning ablutions, washing hands and face, rinsing mouth, and cleansing teeth with a small wooden brush. The water was bracingly cold, instantly dissolving any remaining fog of sleep that might have lingered in their minds. The morning meal, taken in the monastery dining hall, was itself a form of meditation. The monks sat in rows at low tables, each place set with 3 nesting bowls and a pair of chopsticks wrapped in a cloth. Before the food was served, they chanted sutras of gratitude to the Buddha, to the farmers who had grown the food, to the monastery supporters who had donated it, and to all beings who had contributed directly or indirectly to this sustenance. The meal consisted of rick that provided necessary nutrition without excess or indulgence. A porridge, pickled vegetables, and a small amount of tofu. Simple fare eating was conducted in complete silence, with focused attention on each mouthful. The monks were taught to experience fully the taste, texture, and temperature of the food, to be present with the act of nourishment rather than allowing the mind to wander to past or future concerns. When they had finished eating, they cleaned their bowls with a small piece of pickled radish, consuming this cleaning tool as the final bite. Then they rinsed the bowls with hot water that had been provided, drank this water, ensuring that nothing was wasted, and wiped the bowls dry with the cloth that had wrapped their chopsticks. Each action was performed with deliberate mindfulness, transforming routine necessity into spiritual practice. After the morning meal came the period of samu, or work practice. The monastery was largely self-sufficient, requiring constant maintenance and agricultural labor to support the monastics community. Some monks swept the stone pathways with bamboo brooms, removing fallen leaves or petals with careful attention to each stroke. Others worked in the vegetable gardens, weeding between rows of daikon radishes or harvesting spinach leaves for the midday meal. A few monks with specialized skills might repair paper screens or mend torn robes, while others chopped firewood or carried water from the well to the kitchen. Regardless of the task, all work was performed with the same quality of mindful presence that characterized formal meditation. No distinction was made between spiritual practice and ordinary activity. The day continued in this manner, alternating periods of seated meditation with other necessary activities, each one approached with the same quality of attentive presence. As the sun rose higher, casting shorter shadows across the monastery grounds, time seemed to move at its own unhurried pace, marked not by clocks but by the natural rhythm of light and darkness, hunger and satiation, activity and rest. This was a tradition that had been maintained for centuries, connecting present practitioners with generations of monks who had followed the same path of mindful simplicity, finding in these daily routines a profound peace that transcended the ceaseless changes of the outside. As the Zen monks of Kyoto continued their day of mindful activities, thousands of miles away across continents and seas, another form of disciplined devotion was taking place within the ancient stone walls of a medieval Christian monastery nestled in the rolling green hills of Ireland. The monastery of Glendalough, established in the 6th century by St. Kevin, had weathered Viking raids, political upheavals, and changing religious tides, yet its daily rhythms remained largely unchanged through the centuries. Here, time was marked not by secular hours but by the canonical offices, the structured prayer times that divided the day and night into sacred segments. The first office began well before dawn, when the monastery bell tolled for matins. The monks, who had been sleeping in their simple cells on narrow wooden pallets covered with straw mattresses and woolen blankets, rose immediately at the sound. They had trained themselves to transition quickly from sleep to wakefulness, as their founder had taught that sluggishness in rising showed reluctance in serving God. Their cells were unheated, and in the cool Irish climate, especially during winter months, this immediate rising required considerable discipline. Their breath formed visible clouds in the cold air as they donned their woolen habits and made their way by candlelight through stone corridors to the abbey church. The church itself was a marvel of early medieval architecture, not grand by continental European standards, but impressive in its solid construction and thoughtful proportions. Its thick stone walls had been built by generations of monks, each stone carried and placed with prayer and purpose. Narrow windows allowed minimal light to enter during daylight hours, but now, in the deep darkness before dawn, the interior was illuminated only by beeswax candles and oil lamps. These created pools of golden light that barely penetrated the vast darkness of the vaulted ceiling above, where shadows seemed to gather and dance with each flicker of flame. The monks filed into their assigned places in the wooden choir stalls, arranged in two facing rows so that they could chant antiphonally, one side responding to the other in an ancient musical conversation. The abbot, who had led this community for nearly 2 decades, gave a subtle nod to indicate the beginning of the office. No other signal was needed. After years of following this same pattern, the monks moved as one body through the familiar ritual. Their voices rose in Gregorian chant, the Latin words of psalms flowing in melodic lines that seemed to hover in the cool air of the stone church. The plainchant was unaccompanied by instruments, the human voice being considered the most perfect vehicle for divine praise. After matins concluded, most monasteries would permit a return to sleep until the next office of lauds at dawn, but this particular community observed the ancient practice of vigil, remaining in prayer through these darkest hours. Some monks used this time for lectio divina, the slow, meditative reading of sacred texts. Others knelt on the cold stone floor, rosary beads moving through practiced fingers as they focused on the mysteries of faith. The silence between these watches was profound, broken only by the occasional turning of a parchment page or the soft clearing of a throat. When the faintest grey light began to penetrate the eastern windows, it was time for lauds, the office specifically designed to welcome the new day. The psalms selected for this hour spoke of renewal, hope, and the victory of light over darkness. As the monks chanted, the growing daylight gradually revealed the church's interior details that had been hidden in night's shadows. Carved stone, capitals depicting native flora, wooden beams darkened by centuries of candle smoke, and colourful illuminated manuscripts displayed on reading stands for liturgical use. Following lauds, the community processed to the refectory for a simple breakfast. The room was long and narrow, with trestle tables arranged in rows and benches providing seating. One monk, designated as reader for the week, stood at a lectern and read aloud from the writings of the church fathers, while the others ate in silence. The morning meal typically consisted of coarse bread, perhaps spread with a small amount of honey from the monastery's beehives, and a warm beverage made from roasted grain. The portion was modest, sufficient to provide energy for the morning's work, but not enough to induce physical comfort or drowsiness. After breakfast came the time for manual labor, a practice instituted by Saint Benedict, who had declared that idleness is the enemy of the soul. The nature of this work varied with the seasons and the particular skills of each monk. Some labored in the scriptorium, the specialized room where manuscripts were copied and illuminated. This work required enormous patience and precision, mixing pigments from natural materials, preparing parchment from animal skins, cutting quill pens at just the right angle to create lines of varying thickness. A single page might require days or even weeks to complete, but the monks viewed this not as tedious labor but as a form of extended prayer, each brushstroke and pen mark offered in devotion. Other monks worked in the extensive gardens that provided much of the community's food. In early spring, they would be preparing soil, turning the dark earth with wooden spades and enriching it with compost from the previous year's waste. Planting followed a careful calendar developed over centuries of agricultural observation. Peas, beans, cabbages, onions, and herbs for both culinary and medicinal use grew in orderly rows. Fruit trees, apple, pear, and plum, had been planted by monks long deceased, their annual harvest a living connection to brothers from generations past. The monastery also maintained a small flock of sheep, their wool essential for the production of the monks' habits and blankets. Tending these animals was another form of daily labor, one that connected these medieval Christians with the pastoral imagery so prevalent in their sacred texts. The shepherd monks moved slowly across hillsides with their charges, reciting prayers as they walked, finding in this ancient occupation a natural rhythm that harmonized with their spiritual practice. By midday, the bell would call the community back to the church for the office of sext, marking the 6th hour of daylight. This brief pause in the day's activities refocused attention on the divine purpose that underlay all their earthly efforts. After prayers, the main meal of the day was served, perhaps a vegetable pottage thickened with barley, and on certain feast days fish caught from the nearby lake. Meat was generally reserved for the ill and elderly, as most healthy monks abstained from it as a form of perpetual fasting. The afternoon brought more labor, study, or prayer, depending on each monk's assigned duties. As daylight began to wane, the offices of nun and then vespers would be observed, the latter being an especially beautiful service as it coincided with sunset. The church would be illuminated once more with candles, and the evening psalms were often sung with particular attention to their musical qualities, creating a sense of peaceful transition from day to night. The final communal gathering was compline, after which the monastery observed the great silence until the following morning's first office. No speaking was permitted during these hours, creating a profound quietude in which individual prayer and rest could occur without distraction. The monks retired to their cells, perhaps reading briefly by candlelight, before extinguishing the flame and lying down on their simple beds. As sleep came, the cycle prepared to begin again, as it had for centuries before, and would continue for centuries to come, a rhythm of devotion marking time in a way that connected earth to heaven, and individual souls to the eternal. As the monks of Glendalough settled into their night's rest halfway around the world, the ancient temples of Bali were awakening to their own morning rituals. In this island paradise, where Hinduism had blended with indigenous beliefs to create a unique spiritual tradition, the day began well before the tropical sun breached the horizon. The temple of Tirtha Empul, built around a sacred spring believed to have been created by the god Indra, was especially active in these early morning hours. The temple's name, meaning holy water spring in the Balinese language, reflected its primary purpose as a site of purification and blessing. The temple grounds were still shrouded in the gentle mists that lingered overnight in this mountainous region. Stone statues of protective deities, draped with black and white checkered cloth symbolizing the balance between opposing forces, emerged ghost-like from the fog as the first temple attendants arrived to begin their morning duties. These men and women, dedicated to maintaining the sacred site, moved with unhurried purpose through the outer courtyards, their bare feet padding silently on the damp stone pathways that generations of devotees had walked before them. Their first task was to prepare fresh offerings for the morning ceremonies. Skilled hands wove small containers from young coconut leaves, folding and pinning the pliable green material into square or rectangular receptacles. Into these they placed carefully selected items: a few grains of rice to symbolize gratitude for sustenance, bright flower petals arranged by color to represent different aspects of divinity, small pieces of betel nut as an energizing stimulant for the gods, and perhaps a stick of incense whose fragrant smoke would carry prayers upward. Each offering, known as kanang sari, was a temporary work of art, beautiful in its ephemeral nature, embodying the Balinese understanding that creation and dissolution are equally sacred parts of life's cycle. Near the main shrine, an elderly priest performed his own morning ablutions at a smaller private spring. He had served this temple for more than 5 decades, his knowledge of rituals and prayers passed down through an unbroken lineage stretching back centuries. After washing his hands and face in the cool, clear water, he changed from his everyday clothing into ceremonial attire: a white sarong symbolizing purity, a yellow sash representing enlightenment, and a white udeng headdress carefully folded to reflect his clerical status. Around his wrists he tied blessed cords that had been empowered through previous ceremonies, each thread connecting him to the divine energy he would channel during the day's rituals. As dawn approached, local villagers began to arrive at the temple, carrying additional offerings in baskets balanced gracefully on their heads. Women wore lace kebaya blouses over colorful sarongs, their hair arranged neatly in buns adorned with fragrant frangipani blossoms. Men dressed in white shirts with traditional sarongs and headbands. Children, even very young ones, were similarly attired in miniature versions of their parents' ceremonial clothing, learning through participation the rituals that would structure their lives as they grew. Families moved together through the temple gates, each person sprinkling holy water on themselves from a small font near the entrance, symbolically cleansing away impurities before entering the sacred space. The main purification pools, for which Tirta Empul was famous throughout the island, consisted of 2 rectangular bathing areas fed by the sacred spring. Stone spouts carved as mythological creatures channeled the cool, clear water into the pools. By tradition, bathers would move from east to west, stopping at each spout to cup the water in their hands, rinsing their faces and mouths while offering silent prayers. Some spouts were associated with specific purposes: cleansing negative thoughts, purifying speech, healing physical ailments, or inviting prosperity. Devotees knew which spouts to visit based on their particular needs. This knowledge passed down through families over countless generations. As the first golden rays of sunlight penetrated the morning mist, illuminating droplets of water that hung like jewels from temple eaves, the head priest took his position before the main shrine. He rang a small bronze bell in a specific pattern, its clear tones signaling the official start of the morning ceremony. Assistant priests arranged the larger communal offerings: pyramids of colorful fruits, towers of sweet rice cakes, and elaborately decorated palm leaf creations, on stone altars that had received similar gifts every morning for hundreds of years. The worn depressions in these stones told a silent story of devotional continuity, of countless hands placing offerings in exactly the same spots, day after day, year after year, century after century. The ceremony itself unfolded in a sequence that balanced structure with improvisation. The priest chanted Sanskrit mantras, his voice rising and falling in cadences that had remained largely unchanged since the temple's founding in the 10th century. He rang bells at specific moments to punctuate the ritual proceedings, the metallic sounds carrying across the temple grounds and reverberating off ancient stone walls. Between these formalized elements, He conversed directly with the deities in the Balinese language, his tone conversational and intimate, as if speaking with respected family members rather than distant cosmic forces. Throughout the ceremony, participants maintained a mood of peaceful attentiveness rather than somber reverence. Children might whisper quietly to their parents or adjust their uncomfortable formal clothing without receiving disapproving glances. The occasional soft laugh or shared smile reflected the Balinese understanding that the divine appreciated joyful worship. Unlike religious traditions that emphasized rigid solemnity, these island ceremonies embraced the full spectrum of human experience as appropriate offerings to the gods who had created all aspects of life. After the formal prayers concluded, the priest blessed water in clay vessels by floating flower petals on its surface and touching it with sacred objects while reciting more mantras. This holy water, or tirtha, was the physical manifestation of divine blessing, the tangible result of the morning's spiritual exchange. Each family would approach in turn, heads slightly bowed in respect, to receive this blessed water. The priest sprinkled some on their heads with a flower, symbolizing purification from above. Then he poured a small amount into cupped hands, which the recipients would sip 3 times before touching the remaining moisture to the crown of the head, completing the cycle of blessing. With the formal ceremony complete, the temple grounds transitioned to a more relaxed atmosphere. Some devotees lingered to meditate in favorite spots, perhaps seated beneath ancient banyan trees whose aerial roots created natural sanctuaries. Others proceeded to the bathing pools for their purification ritual, stepping carefully into the cool water while still wearing their sarongs, which would dry quickly in the tropical warmth once they emerged. Temple attendants moved through the courtyards, collecting yesterday's now wilted offerings to make room for the fresh ones, the old materials to be returned respectfully to the natural environment from which they had come. This rhythmic pattern, preparation, offering, blessing, and renewal, would continue throughout the day as different groups arrived for their appointed ceremonial times. The temple served not only its immediate local community, but also pilgrims from across the island who might journey for days to reach this sacred spring. By sunset, hundreds of people would have passed through the temple gates, each bringing their personal concerns and gratitude, each departing with a renewed sense of connection to both the divine realm and the human community that maintained these ancient practices in the modern world. As evening approached and the day's final ceremonies concluded, temple guardians would secure the inner shrines for the night. The sacred springs, however, never ceased their flow. Water continued to emerge from the earth and pass through the carved spouts into the purification pools, an endless natural process that mirrored the continuous cycle of blessing that had sustained this island culture through centuries of change, connecting each present moment with both ancestral past and unfolding future in a seamless flow of tradition. While the sacred waters of Bali continued their eternal flow thousands of miles away in the arid landscapes of Persia, a different type of paradise was being cultivated through human ingenuity and artistic vision. The Persian Paradise Garden, or Shahar Bagh, represented one of humanity's most enduring attempts to create heaven on earth. On the outskirts of Isfahan, the ancient capital of Persia during the Safavid dynasty, lay the Garden of Chehel Sotun, whose name meant 40 columns, a reference to the 20 actual columns of its pavilion that, when reflected in its long pool, appeared to double in number. In the soft light of early morning, a small army of gardeners began their daily work in this carefully designed sanctuary of beauty and repose. The head gardener, a man who had inherited his position from his father, who had in turn received it from his father before him, surveyed the expansive grounds with experienced eyes that could detect the slightest imperfection in the garden's meticulous design. He wore simple clothing, loose cotton trousers, and a tunic that allowed freedom of movement, but his bearing conveyed the dignity of one who understood the profound significance of his work. The Paradise Garden was not merely a place of aesthetic pleasure. It was a living spiritual metaphor, a physical embodiment of the Islamic concept of paradise as described in the Quran. To maintain such a space was both an art and a sacred duty. The garden's fundamental design followed the Chahar Bagh pattern that had originated with Cyrus the Great in the 6th century BCE, a rectangular space divided by walkways or waterways into 4 equal parts representing the 4 rivers of paradise mentioned in ancient texts. This quadrilateral layout had philosophical and cosmological significance, symbolizing the 4 elements: earth, air, fire, and water, the 4 seasons, and the 4 cardinal directions. The number 4 represented completeness and universality in Persian culture, and the garden's design reflected this symbolic importance through its precise geometric arrangement. The morning work began, as it always did, with the inspection and cleaning of the garden's elaborate water systems. Water was the most precious resource in this semi-arid region, and its management within the garden represented generations of accumulated hydraulic knowledge. A series of underground qanat tunnels brought water from distant mountain sources to the garden, where it emerged into a large rectangular pool before flowing through straight channels that divided the garden into its quadrilateral sections. These channels were lined with blue tiles whose color mimicked the sky, creating the impression that heaven itself flowed through the garden. Young apprentice gardeners waded barefoot into the shallow channels, removing any fallen leaves or debris that might impede the water's flow. They worked with gentle movements, careful not to disturb the water more than necessary. The sound of flowing water was an essential element of the garden's sensory experience. Its gentle gurgling created a constant, soothing background music that helped mask noises from the world outside the garden walls. The channels were designed with small steps or terraces that caused the water to ripple and sing as it moved along its predetermined path, each architectural feature calculated to enhance this auditory pleasure. Other gardeners focused on the plant life that gave the garden its lush character despite the surrounding arid environment. Cypress trees, symbols of eternity due to their evergreen nature and vertical growth habit pointing toward heaven, lined the main walkways. These had been planted by gardeners now long deceased, their towering height representing decades of patient growth. The current caretakers tended these living monuments with special reverence, checking for any signs of disease or distress, carefully pruning only when absolutely necessary to maintain health and form. Roses, believed by Persians to be the first flower that grew in the original paradise, received particular attention. The rose beds were arranged in geometric patterns that complemented the garden's overall design. Gardeners moved among these fragrant blooms with specialized tools designed to deadhead spent flowers without damaging new buds. They worked methodically down the rows, their movements unhurried and precise. The morning air was perfumed with the scent of countless roses in various stages of bloom, from tightly closed buds to fully open blossoms that would release their petals by day's end, demonstrating the transient nature of beauty that made its appreciation all the more poignant. Fruit trees, pomegranate, quince, fig, and mulberry were another essential element of the paradise garden, representing abundance and God's provision for human needs. These trees were planted at measured intervals, their spacing calculated to allow each one optimal sunlight while maintaining the garden's geometric harmony. Some gardeners used long-handled pruning tools to shape these trees, maintaining their aesthetic form while encouraging healthy fruit production. The fruits were not merely ornamental, they would be harvested in their seasons to grace the tables of the nobility, the garden thus serving both contemplative and practical purposes. As the morning progressed and the sun rose higher in the sky, the garden's architectural elements began to play their role in the daily experience. The pavilion's tall columns cast precisely calculated shadows across the main pool, these dark forms sliding gradually across the water's surface like silent sundials marking the passage of time. The pavilion itself, with its open design allowing air to circulate freely, offered shaded refuge from the increasing heat. Inside, intricate murals depicted historical scenes and poetic imagery, providing intellectual and aesthetic stimulation to complement the sensory experiences of the garden outside. By midday, when the sun's heat became most intense, the gardeners would retreat to shaded areas for a period of rest. They might sit beneath the spreading branches of plane trees, sharing a simple meal of flatbread, goat cheese, and fresh fruits harvested from the garden itself. Water, cooled in porous clay, vessels that promoted evaporation, would be passed around for drinking. This brief respite was not merely a physical necessity but a chance to appreciate the garden from the perspective of those it was designed to serve, to experience the cooling breezes, fragrant air, and harmonious visual composition that their labor helped maintain. As afternoon began to wane and the worst heat of the day subsided, the gardeners would resume their work, now focusing on irrigation. Water was directed to different sections of the garden according to a careful schedule that ensured each plant received adequate moisture without waste. This system had been refined over centuries, incorporating knowledge passed down through generations of garden caretakers. Some plants required daily watering, others weekly, and the sequence of irrigation followed a routine that rarely varied. Watching these gardeners at work was like observing a choreographed dance with water, plants, and human effort moving in harmonious coordination. The day's light softened as evening approached, the garden taking on a golden quality as the lowering sun illuminated the scenes from a different angle. This was considered the most beautiful time in the Persian paradise garden, when long shadows accentuated the architectural elements, pools reflected the changing colors of the sky, and cooling air carried the intensified fragrances of flowers that had been warmed all day by the sun. It was also the time when the garden might welcome visitors, perhaps nobles or scholars, who came to experience the transcendent beauty that had been cultivated in this enclosed space. The head gardener would make a final inspection before day's end, noting tasks to be prioritized for tomorrow, observing the progress of various plantings, and ensuring that the water systems were adjusted for overnight flow rates. As darkness fell, nightingales that made their homes in the cypress and fruit trees would begin their evening songs, adding another layer to the garden's sensory richness. The gardeners would depart through a small side entrance, leaving this earthly paradise to rest in the cool embrace of night, the flowing water continuing its eternal journey through channels and pools, sustaining life and beauty until the cycle of daily care would begin again with the coming of morning light. This rhythm of cultivation and care had continued for centuries in Persian paradise gardens, through changes of dynasty, religious shift, and political upheavals. The underlying concept that humans could create spaces of perfect harmony that reflected divine order and provided settings for contemplation of higher truths remained a constant aspiration across generations. In the carefully maintained geometric patterns, flowing water, fragrant flowers, and fruitful trees, visitors to these gardens found a tangible expression of paradise that engaged all the senses while elevating the spirit. As night fell over the Persian paradise gardens, The other side of the world was bathed in morning light. Among the misty mountains of Tibet, perched on a rocky outcropping overlooking a deep valley, the ancient monastery of Drepung awakened to its daily rhythm of devotion and contemplation. Founded in the 15th century as a center of Buddhist learning, the monastery resembled a small city of white buildings cascading down the mountainside, their golden roofs catching the first rays of sunlight, while the valleys below remained wrapped in shadow. Within these walls lived over 1,000 monks, each one contributing to a continuous tradition of spiritual practice that had survived political turmoil, natural disasters, and the passage of centuries. The day began, as it had for generations, with the sound of long copper horns called dung chen. 2 senior monks stood on the monastery's highest roof, pointing these massive instruments toward the valley below. Their cheeks puffed with the effort of sustained blowing, they produced deep, resonant tones that seemed to emanate from the mountain itself rather than from human effort. The sound traveled for miles across the valley, announcing the monastery's awakening and symbolically awakening the surrounding landscape to spiritual awareness. The notes followed a specific pattern established centuries ago, the sonic equivalent of a prayer that had been offered every morning without interruption for over 500 years. Inside the monks' quarters, simple cells arranged around central courtyards, movement began in response to this auditory signal. The monks rose from their narrow wooden beds, which doubled as seats during the day. Many had been awake already, having spent the pre-dawn hours in individual meditation. Their sleeping quarters were austere, unheated stone rooms containing little more than the bed platform, a small altar with religious images, and pegs on the wall for hanging their few possessions. In winter, temperatures inside these cells often dropped well below freezing, and monks slept in their robes beneath heavy woolen blankets. The first communal activity of the day was the lighting of the butter lamps, a task assigned to younger monks who moved through the monastery's many shrine rooms and temples carrying long tapers. The butter lamps, small bowls filled with clarified yak butter in which cotton wicks floated, symbolized the illumination of wisdom, dispelling the darkness of ignorance. Hundreds of these lamps lined the altars before statues of the Buddha and other enlightened beings. As each lamp was lit, the monk would recite a short prayer, dedicating the light to the benefit of all sentient beings. The combined effect of these countless small flames was a warm golden glow that softened the otherwise austere interiors of the stone temple halls. At the main temple, monks gathered for the morning chanting session. They entered in order of seniority, the youngest novices seated nearest the doors, the eldest and most respected teachers on cushions near the main altar. All sat cross-legged, on long, low cushions arranged in rows facing each other. Before them were narrow wooden tables holding the unbound pages of traditional texts, printed from hand-carved wooden blocks using methods unchanged for centuries. The chanting began with 3 resonant strikes on a large bronze bowl, its tone setting the pitch for the voices that would follow. The morning prayers combined several elements: recitation of foundational Buddhist teachings, praises to enlightened beings, confessions of ethical lapses, and dedications of merit to all living creatures. The monks chanted in unison, their voices creating a hypnotic drone that filled the temple space. The Tibetan language, with its mixture of deep tones and higher inflections, created natural harmonies. Some passages were recited at normal speaking pace, others accelerated to an almost supernatural speed that required years of practice to master. Still other sections employed a technique called throat singing, in which individual monks produced multiple tones simultaneously, creating an otherworldly effect that seemed to vibrate the very air inside the temple. Throughout the chanting, younger monks moved quietly among the seated practitioners, pouring butter tea from large copper teapots with long curved spouts. This tea, a mixture of strong black tea, salt, and rancid yak butter churned together, was an acquired taste for outsiders but provided essential calories and warmth for monks living in the high-altitude environment. Each monk kept a wooden cup tucked into the folds of his robes, withdrawing it when the tea server approached. The tea was consumed without interrupting the chanting, the monks lifting their cups to their lips between phrases with practiced timing that maintained the continuous flow of sacred sound. The morning ritual concluded with a period of meditation, the monks shifting from vocalization to silence with a natural transition that reflected their comfort moving between these different states of practice. In the quietude that followed the chanting, only the soft sounds of breathing, the occasional clink of a butter lamp being adjusted, or the distant call of a mountain bird penetrated the stillness. This meditation was not an empty quieting of the mind, but rather a focused contemplation on specific aspects of Buddhist teaching, perhaps the nature of compassion, the impermanence of all phenomena, or visualizations of enlightened beings whose qualities the practitioners sought to embody. Following the morning session, the monastery's daily work began. Some monks headed to the kitchens to prepare the day's simple meals of tsampa, roasted barley flour mixed with butter tea into a dough-like consistency, vegetables when available, and occasional dried meat for those whose health required it. Others moved to the debating courtyard, where philosophical concepts were examined through a unique form of debate that combined logical analysis with physical gestures. Scholars would punctuate their points by striking a dramatic stance and slapping their hands together, the sharp sound emphasizing their logical conclusions. In smaller shrine rooms throughout the monastery complex, specialized practices continued. In one, monks trained in the arts of sand mandala creation bent over a large table, carefully releasing colored sand from metal funnels called chakpur. By controlling the vibration of the funnel with a metal rod, they could place individual grains of sand with astonishing precision, gradually building intricate geometric patterns representing the cosmos or the dwelling places of specific deities. This work required absolute concentration and steady hands, with complex mandalas taking weeks to complete. Once finished, these beautiful creations would be ritually destroyed, the sand swept up and released into a nearby river, a powerful demonstration of impermanence, one of Buddhism's core teachings. In another room, monks practiced ritual music using traditional instruments, large drums beaten with curved sticks, cymbals of various sizes that produced different tones when struck together, and gailing, reed instruments whose wailing sound was said to attract beneficial spiritual entities. These musicians were preparing for ceremonies that would take place later in the month, marking important dates in the Buddhist calendar. They practiced with serious dedication, understanding that their music was not mere entertainment, but an essential component of effective ritual, with each instrument playing a specific role in creating the appropriate atmosphere for spiritual transformation. Throughout the day, the monastery received a steady stream of pilgrims, Tibetan nomads, farmers from nearby villages, or travelers from more distant regions who had journeyed specifically to receive blessings from this revered institution. These visitors circled the monastery's outer walls in a clockwise direction, spinning prayer wheels mounted along the path. Each cylinder contained thousands of written prayers, and turning them was considered equivalent to reciting each prayer inside. Some especially devout pilgrims performed full prostrations along the path, a physically demanding practice in which they would extend their entire bodies on the ground, rise, take a step forward, and repeat the process, sometimes continuing for miles in this manner as an expression of humility and devotion. As afternoon gave way to evening, monks gathered once more in the main temple for the closing rituals of the day. The atmosphere was different now, more subdued, with chanting that emphasized peaceful transitions and preparation for the night hours. Butter lamps were replenished, ensuring they would burn through the darkness until morning. In many shrine rooms, monks performed specific offering rituals, presenting symbolic substances to enlightened beings. Clear water representing pure ethics, flowers symbolizing the beauty of compassionate action, incense embodying the perfume of moral discipline that benefits others through its influence. With the coming of full darkness, most communal activities ceased, but the monastery did not fall completely silent. In various corners, individual monks continued their personal practices. Some had vowed to meditate through the night, others recited specific texts they had committed to completing. In small rooms specially designated for retreat, a few monks remained in extended isolation, some having spent years in these chambers focusing exclusively on advanced meditation practices. For them, the monastery's daily rhythm provided a supportive container for their deeper explorations of consciousness, the routine activities of the community creating a stable foundation that allowed their contemplative work to proceed undisturbed. And so the cycle continued, day flowing into night and back into day again, each period marked by specific observances and activities that had been refined over centuries of continuous practice. The monastery stood as a living embodiment of tradition, its rituals connecting present practitioners with the founders who had established these patterns hundreds of years earlier. Yet within this seemingly unchanging structure, each monk was engaged in a dynamic personal journey, using these ancient forms as vehicles for their own spiritual development and the benefit of all beings. The butter lamps flickered, casting dancing shadows on temple walls, their warm light a visible reminder of the continuous presence of contemplative awareness that remained even when human activities paused for the night. While the Tibetan monks settled into their evening practices thousands of miles away across oceans and continents, the ancient stone temples of Angkor Wat in Cambodia absorbed the gentle warmth of the morning sun. Built in the early 12th century by King Suryavarman II, this massive complex had originally been dedicated to the Hindu god Vishnu before gradually transforming into a Buddhist sanctuary over the centuries. The largest religious monument in the world, Angkor Wat's 5 towers rose like lotus buds from the lush jungle landscape, their silhouettes reflected in the still waters of the surrounding moats, as they had been for nearly a millennium. Long before tourists would arrive to marvel at the architectural wonder, the temple's daily life began with the soft footsteps of Buddhist monks in saffron robes moving through the stone corridors. These modern-day caretakers maintained spiritual practices at the site, creating a living connection to the sacred purpose for which the temple had been built. Their day began in darkness, with the monks gathering in a small shrine room tucked within the vast complex. Seated cross-legged on woven mats, their backs straight but not rigid, they began their morning meditation as the first birds announced dawn's approach with tentative songs. The meditation was simple yet profound, focusing attention on the natural rhythm of breathing, noting when the mind wandered and gently returning to the present moment. This practice, unchanged in its essence for thousands of years, created a sense of timelessness that harmonized perfectly with the ancient stones surrounding them. As sunlight gradually filtered through the east-facing windows, illuminating particles of dust that danced in the golden beams, the monks maintained their stillness, embodying the calm center point around which the day's activities would revolve. After an hour of silent sitting, the abbot, an elder monk whose deeply lined face reflected decades of spiritual practice, struck a small brass bell 3 times. The clear tones signaled the transition to morning chanting. The monks' voices rose in unison, reciting Pali, texts that had been preserved through an unbroken oral tradition since the time of the Buddha. The ancient language, with its rhythmic cadences, filled the stone chamber with vibrations that seemed to resonate with the temple itself, as if the building recognized and responded to these sacred sounds. Following the chanting came the daily alms round, a tradition dating back to the Buddha's time. The monks filed out of the temple grounds in order of seniority, carrying their alms bowls, simple black lacquer vessels, with mindful attention. They walked barefoot along well-worn paths to the nearby village, where locals waited to place offerings of rice, fruit, and prepared dishes into their bowls. This exchange was conducted in silence, the giving of food considered not charity, but an opportunity for laypeople to earn spiritual merit through supporting those who had dedicated their lives to spiritual practice. The offering of food was an ancient transaction that benefited both parties. The monks received material sustenance, while the villagers received the opportunity to participate in maintaining an unbroken spiritual tradition. Many villagers knelt as they placed food in the bowls, receiving a brief blessing from the monks before they moved on. Some pressed their palms together in respect, others bowed their heads slightly. Children sometimes participated, carefully, carrying small amounts of rice to place in the monks' bowls under the watchful guidance of parents or grandparents, learning through direct experience the value of generosity and respect for spiritual practitioners. By the time the monks returned, to Angkor Wat the sun had fully risen, casting shorter shadows across the vast stone courtyards. They gathered in a simple wooden structure near the main temple, a modern addition that served as their refectory, to eat their single meal of the day. The food received during the alms round was shared equally, regardless of who had received which items. Before eating, they chanted brief verses contemplating the purpose of nourishment, not for pleasure or physical beauty, but simply to maintain the body as a vehicle for spiritual practice. The meal was eaten in silence, with full attention given to the experience of taste, texture, and the complex journey that had brought this food from earth to bowl. After the meal and a short period of rest, the monks turned their attention to the care of the temple itself. Though government agencies were responsible for major restoration and preservation efforts, the resident monks performed daily maintenance that connected them intimately with the ancient structure. Some swept the stone pathways with bundles of thin bamboo sticks bound together, the gentle scratching sound creating a rhythmic backdrop to their mindful movement. Others wiped accumulated dust from carved stone reliefs depicting scenes from Hindu epics and Buddhist Jataka tales, stories of the Buddha's previous lives that taught moral lessons through narrative. One of the most important daily tasks was tending to the shrines that had been established within the temple complex. Though originally built as a Hindu temple, Angkor Wat had accumulated layers of religious practice over the centuries. Small Buddha statues, some centuries old and others relatively recent, occupied niches throughout the vast structure. The monks cleaned these sacred objects with soft cloths, arranged fresh flowers before them, and lit incense whose fragrant smoke curled upward in the still morning air. These simple acts of devotion created a continuous thread connecting present practice with the accumulated spiritual energy of countless previous offerings. Throughout the morning, local devotees began to visit the temple, coming to make their own offerings and receive blessings from the monks. They brought lotus flowers, incense sticks, and small candles, placing them before Buddha images with whispered prayers. Some elderly visitors had been making these same pilgrimages for decades, their wrinkled hands performing offering gestures with practiced grace. Others brought children or grandchildren, passing on traditions that had sustained their community through wars, political changes, and the natural disasters that periodically swept through the region. As the day progressed toward noon, the light changed, creating new patterns on the ancient stones. Angkor Wat had been designed with astronomical principles in mind, and at certain times of year, specific alignments occurred that highlighted the temple builders' sophisticated understanding of celestial movements. The monks, living in constant proximity to this astronomical marvel, had developed an intuitive sense of these patterns. They noted how sunlight illuminated particular carvings at certain hours, how shadows fell in predictable sequences across courtyards and corridors. This awareness connected them to the original architect's vision, even though centuries had passed since the temple's construction. In the afternoon, after the heat of the day had begun to subside, the monastery school opened for local children. Young monks taught basic literacy, mathematics, and Buddhist ethics to village children who sat cross-legged in rows on woven mats spread across a shaded courtyard. The children's voices reciting lessons created a counterpoint to the deeper tones of monks continuing their devotional practices in nearby shrine rooms. This educational service was another thread in the complex relationship between the temple community and surrounding villages, a giving back that balanced the daily receiving of alms. One special task performed daily was the maintenance of the temple's sacred water features. Angkor Wat was designed with complex hydraulic systems that channeled water through symbolic representations of Hindu cosmology. The surrounding moat represented the cosmic ocean, while interior pools and basins held ritual significance related to purification and divine blessing. Monks assigned to this duty checked water levels, cleared channels of debris, and ensured that the living water continued to flow as the ancient builders had intended. In the dry season, this might involve carrying water to maintain certain pools. During the rainy months, it focused more on preventing overflow and erosion. As evening approached, the quality of light transformed once again, the lowering sun casting a golden glow across the weathered sandstone walls. This time of day held special significance, as it was believed that the transition from day to night was a moment when the veil between ordinary and spiritual realms grew thinner. The monks gathered once more for evening chanting, their voices taking on a different quality in response to this transitional energy. The tempo was slower, the tones deeper, creating a sonic environment that encouraged contemplation of life's impermanence and the inevitable transition from light to darkness that awaited all living beings. After the formal chanting concluded, some monks remained in meditation while others moved through the temple grounds, lighting butter lamps and candles at key shrines. These small flames served practical purposes, providing minimal illumination in the deepening darkness, but their greater significance was symbolic, representing the light of wisdom that continues to shine even when physical light diminishes. Local devotees often participated in this ritual, bringing their own candles to light and place at shrines, adding their personal aspirations to the collective spiritual effort. As full darkness descended, most visitors departed, leaving the temple. To the resident monks and the numerous spirits that were believed to inhabit the ancient stones. According to local tradition, these spirits included both the ancestors who had built the temple and the deities to whom it had been dedicated over the centuries. The monks acknowledged these unseen presences not with fear, but with respect, understanding themselves as temporary caretakers in a long continuum of guardianship that stretched both backward and forward in time. The day concluded with a final meditation session, the monks seated in the same shrine room where they had begun their day many hours earlier. The temple around them seemed to settle into the night, the massive stones releasing the heat they had absorbed during daylight hours. In the profound silence of rural Cambodia after sunset, with only the sounds of nocturnal insects and distant frogs as accompaniment, The monks rested their awareness in the present moment, neither clinging to the day that was ending nor anxiously anticipating the one that would follow. This daily cycle, repeated thousands upon thousands of times since the temple's construction, connected each present moment with the vast expanse of time that the ancient stones had witnessed, kings and empires rising and falling, religions changing form, yet the fundamental human search for meaning and transcendence remaining constant throughout the centuries. As night enveloped the ancient temples of Angkor Wat, halfway across the world, the morning sun was just beginning to warm the meticulously maintained gardens of the Generalife in Granada, Spain. This summer palace of the Nasrid rulers, whose name derived from the Arabic Jannat al-Arif, meaning Garden of the Architect, stood as one of the most exquisite examples of Islamic garden design in existence. Built in the 13th century as a rural retreat for the sultans of the Moorish kingdom of Granada, the Generalife represented the culmination of Islamic garden principles that had been refined over centuries. The day began early for the garden's caretakers, who arrived before sunrise to perform their tasks in the cool morning hours before visitors would be permitted to enter the historic grounds. The head gardener, a man whose family had maintained positions at the Generalife for 3 generations, surveyed the pathways with experienced eyes that could detect the slightest imperfection in the garden's careful balance of nature and human design. He wore contemporary clothing, but carried tools that had changed little since the garden's creation. Hand-forged pruning shears, woven baskets for collecting trimmings, and a worn leather pouch containing seeds of traditional plant varieties, preserved through centuries of continuous cultivation. The Generalife's most famous feature was its sequence of water channels and fountains, an engineering marvel that had functioned with remarkable consistency for over 700 years. The morning inspection of this water system was perhaps the most critical task of the day. A senior gardener walked the length of the main channel, checking that water flowed smoothly through the narrow stone troughs. He paused at each small fountain, ensuring that the water jets rose to their proper height before splashing back into collecting basins. These fountains operated entirely through gravity and careful hydraulic calculations. No modern pumps or machinery assisted their operation. The water's source was the same mountain spring that had supplied the garden since its creation, channeled through an ancient aqueduct system that had survived centuries of political turmoil and changing rule. The sound of flowing water was fundamental to the garden experience, creating what the original Moorish designers called the music of water. Different sections of the garden featured distinct water sounds: the gentle trickle of narrow channels, the soft splashing of small fountains, the more dramatic plumes of larger water features. Together, these created an acoustic environment that cooled the air psychologically as well as physically. The gardeners understood that maintaining this soundscape was as important as preserving the visual elements of the historic space. As sunlight gradually illuminated more of the garden, workers focused on the plant care that defined the character of this paradise on earth. Unlike the wild, naturalistic approaches that would later characterize European garden design, the Islamic garden tradition embraced geometric order and careful arrangement. Plants were maintained within clearly defined spaces, creating a harmonious balance between natural growth and human intention. The cypress trees that lined major pathways had been shaped over decades into tall, narrow forms that guided the eye upward. Flowering plants were arranged in geometric beds, their colors and blooming times calculated to provide continuous visual interest throughout the growing season. The court of the main canal, with its long reflecting pool flanked by flower beds and trimmed hedges, received particular attention each morning. This space exemplified the Islamic garden principle of Chahar Bagh, the fourfold garden, representing the 4 rivers of paradise described in the Quran. Workers moved methodically along both sides of the canal, removing any fallen leaves or petals that might mar the water's reflective surface. They trimmed the low boxwood hedges with hand shears, maintaining the precise lines that contained flower beds filled with roses, lilies, and jasmine. These flowers were selected not only for their visual beauty but also for their fragrances, which created layers of sensory experience as visitors moved through the space. The roses of the general life were legendary descendants of varieties that had been cultivated in Islamic gardens since the earliest days of the Moorish presence in Spain. They required daily attention, deadheading of spent blooms, careful inspection for pests or disease, and precise watering that moistened roots without wetting foliage. Gardeners knelt beside these precious plants, working with the focused attention of surgeons, their practiced hands moving among thorny stems with a confidence born of daily familiarity. As they worked, they sometimes hummed or sang soft melodies, traditional Andalusian tunes that had evolved from the cultural fusion of Islamic, Jewish, and Christian influences that had characterized medieval Granada. By mid-morning, attention shifted to the court of the Sultana, whose name derived from a legend about a sultan's wife who met her lover among these secluded gardens. This intimate courtyard featured an unusual circular fountain surrounded by slender columns with water jets that crossed in mid-air, creating ephemeral arches of droplets that caught the sunlight. Maintaining the precise water pressure for this delicate effect required regular adjustment. A gardener carefully cleaned the fountain's small apertures with a thin wire tool, ensuring that each jet would rise to the exact height required for the crossing pattern. The sound here was different from other water features, a gentle, almost musical splashing that seemed to speak of secrets and private conversations. Throughout the garden, irrigation was conducted according to a schedule that had evolved over centuries of careful observation. Different plant species received water in varying amounts and at different times of day, based on their specific needs. The irrigation system itself was a masterpiece of medieval engineering. Terracotta pipes, laid beneath pathways, fed water to specific areas, controlled by simple but ingenious valves that could be adjusted to regulate flow. Young apprentice gardeners were assigned the task of opening and closing these valves at predetermined times. And through this daily practice, the subtle relationships between water, soil, plant life, and the microclimates created within different garden spaces. As the morning progressed and the sun rose higher, the garden's architectural elements began to play their role in the visitor experience. The general life was designed with careful attention to light and shadow, creating constantly changing visual effects throughout the day. Latticed screens cast complex shadow patterns that moved across walkways and walls as the sun traveled across the sky. Covered walkways provided shade for midday strolling, while open courtyards captured sunlight for winter warmth. The gardeners understood how these design elements interacted with the plant life they maintained, trimming vegetation where necessary to preserve intended views or shadow effects. By the time the garden opened to visitors, all major maintenance work had been completed, creating the illusion that this paradise existed in a state of effortless perfection. Only the gardeners knew the constant effort required to maintain this appearance. The pre-dawn weeding, the precise pruning, the careful balancing of water resources, and the continuous battle against the entropy that would, if left unchecked, gradually return this cultivated space to wilderness. They withdrew to less visible areas of the garden as tourists began to arrive, continuing their work in the production gardens, where vegetables, herbs, and fruit trees were maintained using the same ancient techniques applied to the ornamental spaces. The general life had witnessed centuries of political change, the fall of the Moorish kingdom to Catholic monarchs, the incorporation of Granada into the Spanish nation, civil wars, dictatorships, and democratic transitions. Through all these upheavals, the garden had endured, its basic design and many of its original plantings preserved through the dedicated efforts of generations of gardeners who understood themselves as links in a long chain of stewardship. The Islamic paradise garden concept that inspired the Generalife was fundamentally spiritual. These were not merely pleasant retreats, but physical embodiments of divine harmony, spaces where human intervention worked with natural elements to create environments that nourished the soul as well as the senses. As afternoon advanced, gardeners focused on propagation work, collecting seeds from plants with particularly desirable characteristics and taking cuttings from ancient specimens to ensure their genetic lineage would continue. Some plant varieties in the Generalife existed nowhere else in the world, having been maintained through continuous cultivation since medieval times. This living heritage required constant attention. Each plant generation needed to overlap with the next. Knowledge passed from master gardeners to apprentices alongside the physical materials that ensured botanical continuity. The day's work in the garden never truly ended, merely transitioned from active maintenance to watchful monitoring. As evening approached and the last visitors departed, a skeleton staff remained to ensure the water systems continued functioning properly through the night and to protect the garden from any intrusions. The Generalife settled into evening tranquility, its fountains continuing their gentle songs, nocturnal flowers releasing their special fragrances to the night air. The ancient walls that enclosed this paradise glowed golden in the final light of sunset before gradually fading into silhouettes against the deepening blue of the Andalusian sky. For nearly 8 centuries, this rhythm had continued. The daily, tending, seasonal cycles of growth and dormancy, the generational passage of knowledge from experienced hands to younger ones. The garden existed in multiple time frames simultaneously. The immediate present of daily care, the seasonal cycles of planting and harvest, the human generations of caretakers, and the centuries-long persistence of design elements that connected present experience with the vision of those who had first conceived this paradise. In this way, the Generalife demonstrated how cultural traditions could transcend political changes and religious differences, preserving human wisdom about our relationship with the natural world across vast spans of time. The Islamic concept of paradise that inspired gardens like the Generalife was not an otherworldly realm entirely separate from earthly existence, but rather a perfected version of the natural world's beauty and harmony. By creating these garden spaces, the original designers sought to provide a tangible experience of this perfection, a glimpse of divine order made manifest through the careful arrangement of water, stone, and living plants. The continuing care of such spaces represented not merely historical preservation, but the maintenance of a philosophical and spiritual tradition that spoke to something fundamental in the human experience: our need to find meaning and transcendence within the material world. As evening shadows lengthened across the Generalife gardens, thousands of miles away in northern Japan, the tranquil island of Miyajima was basking in the gentle light of a spring morning. Here stood one of Japan's most iconic architectural wonders, the floating torii gate of Itsukushima Shrine, its vermilion pillars rising from the waters of the Seto Inland Sea. Built in the 12th century under the patronage of the powerful Taira clan, this Shinto shrine complex represented the perfect harmony of human creation with natural surroundings, a principle central to Japanese aesthetic traditions. The shrine's day began well before tourists would arrive by ferry from the mainland. In the quiet pre-dawn hours, Shinto priests dressed in traditional white robes with tall black caps moved silently across wooden walkways that connected the shrine's various buildings. These structures were built on pillars over the water, creating the appearance that they floated on the sea during high tide, a design that preserved the sacred nature of the island itself, which was considered too holy for common buildings to be placed directly upon its soil. The head priest, who had served at Itsukushima for over 30 years, led the morning ritual of purification. He moved with deliberate, unhurried steps that reflected decades of performing these same actions in this same space. At a stone basin near the shrine's entrance, he performed tamizu, the ritual hand-washing that prepared one to approach the kami, or Shinto deities. He scooped water with a long-handled ladle, washing first his left hand, then right, then rinsing his mouth, and finally the handle of the ladle itself. This simple act of purification, performed countless times each day by priests and visitors alike, embodied the Shinto emphasis on cleanliness as a prerequisite for communion with the divine. Inside the main shrine building, assistant priests were preparing for the morning offering. They arranged freshly cut branches of the sacred sakaki tree, their glossy green leaves symbolizing vitality and connection between earthly and heavenly realms. Small ceramic dishes held salt, rice, and sake, traditional offerings to the kami who were believed to inhabit natural features throughout the Japanese archipelago. The shrine was dedicated primarily to the three daughters of Susanoo, the Shinto god of seas and storms, reflecting the island's intimate connection with the surrounding waters. The morning ritual proceeded according to patterns established centuries earlier. The head priest struck a large drum in a specific rhythm, its deep reverberations announcing to both visible and invisible worlds that the day's sacred activities were commencing. A younger priest rang a bell with a hemp rope, its clear tone cutting through the morning stillness. The sound carried across the water, echoing against the forested hillside behind the shrine complex. These sonic elements were not merely announcements, but were considered offerings themselves, beautiful sounds presented to please the kami. After the formal ritual concluded, the priests turned their attention to maintaining the physical structure of the shrine. Itsukushima's unusual location over tidal waters created special challenges for preservation. Sections of wooden flooring were inspected daily for any signs of rot or damage from the constant exposure to sea air and occasional high tides that brought water directly beneath the buildings. The vermilion paint that covered pillars and railings required regular renewal to maintain its vibrant color against the bleaching effects of sun and salt. This ongoing maintenance was not merely practical necessity, but was itself considered a form of devotion. Caring for sacred space was a way of honoring the deities who were believed to temporarily inhabit the shrine during rituals. The shrine's famous floating torii gate, standing in deeper water some distance from the main buildings, received particular attention. At low tide, when the gate stood on exposed sand, priests would inspect its massive wooden pillars and stone foundation for any damage from tides, storms, or marine organisms. The current gate, built in 1875, was the 8th version to stand in this location since the shrine's founding, each previous incarnation eventually succumbing to the elements despite meticulous care. This cycle of decay and renewal was not viewed with dismay, but rather accepted as part of the natural order, a physical manifestation of the Shinto understanding that impermanence and renewal were fundamental aspects of both natural and spiritual worlds. As morning progressed, and the first ferry of visitors approached from the mainland, shrine attendants prepared for another aspect of daily life at Itsukushima, the interaction between sacred traditions and modern tourism. They set out paper fortunes for visitors to purchase, arranged protective amulets in glass display cases, and prepared ink stamps for pilgrims who collected impressions from various shrines in special notebooks. These commercial elements, which might seem incongruous with spiritual practice to outside observers, were integrated seamlessly into shrine life. The income they generated supported the shrine's maintenance while providing visitors with tangible connections to the sacred site that they could carry home. The balance between tourism and sacred practice had been maintained at Itsukushima through careful management of space and time. Certain areas remained accessible only to priests, while specific early morning and evening hours were reserved for rituals without tourist presence. Visitors were welcomed as an important part of the shrine's modern existence, but clear boundaries preserved the integrity of spiritual practices that had continued uninterrupted for centuries. Signs in multiple languages requested appropriate behavior, moderate voices, no eating in sacred areas, proper ceremonial washing before entering shrine buildings, gently guiding visitors to participate respectfully in the site's living. Traditions rather than merely observing them as cultural artifacts. By midday, the shrine was alive with activity as visitors moved along its vermilion-painted corridors and gathered to photograph the iconic Torii Gate. The changing tides created continuously shifting perspectives. At high tide, the buildings appeared to float on water, while low tide revealed seaweed-covered rocks and allowed visitors to walk out to the base of the Great Gate. This natural rhythm influenced the shrine's daily patterns, with certain rituals timed to coincide with particular tidal stages, creating a blending of natural cycles with human spiritual observances. Throughout the day, smaller rituals occurred alongside regular maintenance and tourist management. A family might arrange a special blessing for a new child, elderly pilgrims would present personal prayers, or local fishermen might request protection before venturing into potentially dangerous waters. The priests moved between these various responsibilities with practiced ease, adapting ancient forms to contemporary needs while preserving the essential elements that connected present practices with centuries of tradition. As afternoon waned, attention turned to preparations for evening. Hundreds of lanterns throughout the shrine complex were checked and filled with oil, their wicks trimmed to ensure proper burning. When illuminated at dusk, these lanterns transformed the shrine into a floating realm of golden light reflected in the surrounding waters. This lighting was not merely decorative but highly symbolic. In Shinto tradition, light represented divine presence, and the illumination of sacred space invited beneficial spiritual forces while discouraging harmful ones. Special care was given to the shrine's famous no-theatre stage, one of the oldest in Japan. Though major performances occurred only during specific festivals, the stage was maintained daily as a sacred space in its own right. The smooth cypress floor was swept and polished, ensuring its surface would remain suitable for the specific movements of no drama, an art form that had changed little since medieval times. No performances at Itsukushima were considered offerings to the kami rather than mere entertainment, continuing an ancient tradition in which performing arts served primarily religious functions. As evening approached and the final ferry prepared to depart with the day's last tourists, the shrine took on a different character. The fading natural light mixed with the growing illumination from lanterns, creating a liminal atmosphere that seemed to blur boundaries between natural and supernatural realms. This transitional time held special significance in Shinto practice. The movement from day to night represented a thinning of barriers between human and divine worlds, a time when communication with kami was believed to be most effective. Evening ritual mirrored the morning ceremony in structure, but carried different symbolic meanings. Where morning offerings expressed gratitude for protection through the night and requested blessings for the coming day, evening rituals thanked the deities for the day's safe passage and invited their continued presence through the hours of darkness. The rhythmic drumming took on a slightly slower cadence. The bell was rung with subtly different timing, creating a sonic environment that encouraged transition toward rest and reflection. After the formal evening ritual concluded and visitors had departed, shrine attendants made final checks of buildings and grounds. Offering plates were cleared, fallen leaves swept from walkways, and lantern oil levels checked to ensure adequate burning through the night. The shrine would not be completely deserted. A few priests remained on duty through the night hours, maintaining a human presence that had continued unbroken for centuries. This night watch served practical security purposes, but more importantly, represented continuous devotion. The understanding that sacred space required perpetual tending, that the connection between human and divine realms relied on consistent attention and care. As full darkness settled, Itsukushima Shrine achieved its most mysterious and evocative state. The illuminated buildings reflected perfectly in the still waters of high tide, creating mirrored doubles that seemed to extend the physical structures into another dimension. The great torii gate, lit by distant spotlights, appeared to hover between sea and sky. The boundary between tangible and intangible became increasingly indistinct, embodying the Shinto understanding that the material world was saturated with spiritual presence, not as separate supernatural forces, but as inherent aspects of natural phenomena themselves. Throughout the night, the tide would gradually recede and later return. The moon would track its path across the sky, and the wooden buildings would creak and settle with changing temperatures. These natural rhythms continued as they had for nearly 9 centuries since the shrine's founding, providing a constant backdrop to the human activities of maintenance and devotion. The shrine existed simultaneously as physical structure, cultural symbol, tourist destination, and living sacred space, each aspect integral to its continuing significance in both Japanese culture and spiritual practice. As night embraced the floating shrine of Miyajima far across the Asian continent, in the dense forests of southern India, another sacred site was awakening to the first light of dawn. The ancient temple complex of Belur, dedicated to the Hindu god Vishnu, stood as it had since its completion in the 12th century, an intricate marvel of stone carving that represented the flowering of Hoysala architecture. Unlike the harmonious simplicity of Japan's Itsukushima Shrine, Belur Temple expressed divinity through incredible complexity and detail. Every surface covered with carvings of deities, mythological scenes, dancers, musicians, animals, and geometric patterns executed with such precision that they seemed almost impossibly delicate to exist in solid stone. The temple's day began, as it had for nearly a millennium, with the ritual of Suprabhatam, the sacred awakening of the deity. Well before sunrise, the head priest, a man from a family lineage that had served this temple for 17 generations, approached the inner sanctum after performing his own purification rituals. He had risen at 3:30 a.m., bathed in cold water, while reciting mantras and dressed in traditional white dhoti and angavastram. Now he carried a small silver bell in one hand and a brass lamp with 5 flames in the other, their light casting flickering shadows across the temple's elaborately carved interior pillars. The central deity in the Garbhagriha, Sanctum Sanctorum, was Chennakesava, a form of Vishnu, represented as a standing figure nearly 6 feet tall, carved from black stone that had been polished to a soft luster through centuries of ritual anointings with oils and milk. According to temple tradition, the deity slept each night and needed to be gently awakened each morning. The priest rang the bell softly at first, its gentle tones designed to rouse the god pleasantly from slumber. This was followed by the recitation of Sanskrit verses specifically composed for morning awakening. their ancient syllables flowing in melodic patterns established centuries ago. As this intimate ritual unfolded in the temple's innermost chamber, other priests and temple assistants were preparing for the day's first public ceremony. In the temple kitchen, sacred fires were lit to prepare prasadam, food offerings that would later be distributed to devotees as blessed remnants of the deity's meal. Rice, clarified butter, milk, and jaggery, unrefined cane sugar, were the primary ingredients combined according to recipes preserved through oral tradition across generations. The preparation itself was a ritual act, with specific prayers recited while measuring ingredients and tending the cooking fires. Every utensil used had a designated purpose and was kept meticulously clean, used exclusively for temple food preparation. Outside in the temple courtyard, young male assistants drew elaborate column patterns on the stone floor using rice flour mixed with water. These geometric designs, created freehand without measurements or guides, followed traditional patterns that symbolized cosmic harmony and created auspicious energy pathways. The white lines against the dark stone created striking visual effects that would guide devotees through the temple complex while subtly influencing their movement into circular or spiraling paths rather than straight lines, an architectural principle that encouraged circumambulation rather than direct approach to sacred spaces. As dawn's light gradually illuminated the temple exterior, its extraordinary sculptural elements became visible in stages, shadows receding, to reveal layer upon layer of intricate carvings. The famous bracket figures, dancing celestial maidens known as apsaras, seemed almost to move in the changing light, their stone forms capturing impossible moments of balance and grace. Lower panels depicted scenes from Hindu epics, stories of Vishnu's various incarnations on earth, battles between gods and demons, and episodes from the lives of devotees whose faith had been rewarded with divine intervention. Each carving was not merely decorative but served as a visual scripture, communicating religious narratives and philosophical concepts to generations of visitors regardless of their literacy. Inside the temple, the morning Abhishekam ceremony began, the ritual bathing of the deity. Assistant priests carried silver vessels containing various substances that would be poured sequentially over the stone figure. Water from sacred rivers, milk, yogurt, honey, sugar, and finally pure water again for a final cleansing. Each liquid represented specific divine qualities and conferred particular blessings. Throughout this process, Vedic mantras were chanted continuously, the Sanskrit syllables reverberating against stone walls in the same acoustic patterns that had been experienced by devotees for centuries. The sound was considered as important as the physical elements of the ritual, creating vibrations that were believed to please the deity and transform the temple atmosphere. After the Abhishekam, the idol was carefully dried with clean silk cloths and then adorned with fresh garments. Silk vestments changed daily and selected according to specific traditions for different days of the week and various festival periods. Jewelry of gold and precious stones, much of it donated by devotees over centuries, was placed on the figure according to strict traditional protocols. Some pieces were hundreds of years old, gifts from long-deceased kings or wealthy merchants, seeking divine favor. Finally, fresh flower garlands were draped around the deity's neck, typically marigolds, jasmine, and rose petals, strung by hand each morning by women from nearby villages who specialized in this devotional art. By this time the temple opened to the public, the inner sanctum had been transformed into a feast for the senses. The stone deity, freshly bathed and adorned, gleamed in the light of ghee lamps. The air was fragrant with incense, flowers, and the sweet smell of freshly prepared prasadam. The continuing sound of bells, chanted mantras, and occasional conch shell blasts created an auditory environment entirely distinct from the outside world. This multisensory experience was designed to transport visitors from ordinary consciousness into a state more receptive to divine presence, not through austere simplicity, but through deliberate sensory abundance that overwhelmed everyday perception. The temple's daily schedule followed rhythms established centuries earlier, dividing the day into periods that corresponded to the imagined daily activities of the deity. Morning offerings included breakfast foods, midday brought a more substantial meal, afternoon included light refreshments, and evening concluded with a final meal before the night rest period. Between these major rituals, priests performed various specialized ceremonies requested by devotees, prayers for healing, prosperity, fertility, or protection before major life transitions. Each required specific mantras and ritual actions, all preserved through the temple's oral tradition and performed with a meticulous attention to detail. Throughout the day, temple musicians provided regular performances near the main entrance. Playing nadaswaram, a long wooden wind instrument, and thavil, a barrel-shaped drum, they performed compositions specifically developed for temple contexts, many dating back several centuries. These were not concerts for entertainment, but integral components of the temple's soundscape, creating oral pathways that helped guide visitors from secular mindsets to increasingly sacred awareness as they moved deeper into the temple complex. The musicians themselves were from hereditary lineages, their training beginning in childhood and continuing through decades of daily practice. By midday, the stone temple had absorbed considerable heat from the tropical sun. The temperature difference between the sun-baked exterior and the relatively cool interior created natural air circulation. Warm air rose through the temple's ornate tower, drawing cooler air in through the lower entrances. This passive cooling system, an intentional aspect of the original design, maintained a comfortable environment inside despite external heat. Temple attendants sprinkled water on certain stone surfaces at regular intervals, the evaporation providing additional cooling while also keeping carved details clean of accumulated dust. The afternoon brought a period of relative quiet to the temple complex. Many devotees returned to their homes or lodgings to rest during the hottest hours, following patterns that had governed life in tropical India for millennia. This time was used by temple staff to perform necessary maintenance, sweeping floors, trimming lamp wicks, preparing materials for evening ceremonies, and addressing any minor repairs that might be needed to the ancient structure. The care of such a complex stone building required constant vigilance. Even small water infiltrations or insect activity could potentially damage irreplaceable carvings if left unaddressed. As afternoon transitioned toward evening, the temple came alive again with increased activity. The approaching sunset was marked with the dhupa ceremony, the offering of incense and lamps that recognized the day's transition toward darkness. The temple's hundreds of oil lamps were lit one by one, transforming the stone interior into a space of golden illumination where shadow and light interplayed across the carved surfaces, revealing different details than those visible in daylight. The smell of camphor and sandalwood incense filled the air, and the tempo of chanting increased, creating a more energetic atmosphere than the measured rhythms of morning worship. The evening culminated in the Shayan Arati, the night ritual that prepared the deity for rest. The priests performed a ceremonial waving of lamps before the adorned figure, the multiple flames representing the elements of creation. Bells rang continuously during this ritual, their sound building to a crescendo before gradually diminishing. As the ceremony concluded, the temple musicians played evening ragas, melodic framework specifically composed for sunset transition periods. As with every aspect of temple function, these musical selections were not arbitrary but followed precise traditions regarding appropriate sounds for different times of day. After the final public ritual, when visitors had departed, the inner sanctum underwent another transformation. The deity's daytime adornments were carefully removed and replaced with simpler night attire. The large doors to the sanctum were partially closed, leaving only a small opening, symbolically providing the deity privacy for rest, while maintaining the connection between divine presence and the outer temple. A single lamp remained lit throughout the night, its unwavering flame representing the continuous divine consciousness that transcended the human cycles of wakefulness and sleep. Through the quiet night hours, a minimal staff remained on duty, maintaining the temple's continuous function. The night watchman made regular rounds of the complex, checking for any security concerns while also keeping pre-dawn pilgrims waiting at the gates informed about the approaching morning opening time. In the temple kitchen, preparations began. For the next day's first offerings, certain ingredients requiring long soaking or fermentation periods. The perpetual activity reflected a fundamental concept in Hindu temple tradition, that sacred space operated in continuous service, maintaining unbroken devotional attention that had flowed like an invisible river through centuries of political changes, natural disasters, and cultural transformations in the surrounding society. This unbroken continuity connected each present moment in the temple with both its deep past and its indefinite future. The priests performing today's rituals could trace their training through an uninterrupted lineage to the temple's founding. The mantras they chanted had been preserved with phonetic precision across countless generations. Even their physical movements within the sacred space followed pathways established by their predecessors. In this way, the temple existed simultaneously in multiple time frames: the immediate cycle of daily ritual, the broader pattern of seasonal festivals, the generational transmission of knowledge, and the near-millennial persistence of the physical structure itself, all layers of a complex temporality that transcended individual human experience. As the ancient stone temple of Belur settled into its night rhythms thousands of miles to the northeast, in the remote mountains of central Japan, another type of sacred space was awakening to pre-dawn activity. The Zen Buddhist monastery of Eiheiji, founded in 1244 by Zen master Dogen, stood nestled among ancient cedar trees whose massive trunks had witnessed centuries of continuous practice. Unlike the sensory richness of Hindu worship, this monastery embodied an aesthetic of refined simplicity, where the smallest daily actions were elevated to spiritual practice through complete attention. The monastery's day began at 3:30 a.m. with the resonant sound of a wooden han. A thick, rectangular board struck with a mallet in a precise rhythm that carried through the silent hallways. The pattern was unmistakable to the monks who had lived there for years: 3 sets of accelerating strikes, followed by a rapid series that signaled the transition from sleep to wakefulness. In the monks' dormitory hall, where practitioners slept on narrow raised platforms with thin cotton mattresses, there was immediate but quiet movement. The monks had been trained to wake completely within seconds. Lingering in drowsiness was considered a form of indulgence, inconsistent with Zen practice. The monks rose directly from their sleeping position to sitting meditation posture on the same platform, transitioning from horizontal to vertical without the luxury of stretching or gradual awakening. They folded their bedding with geometric precision, each futon mattress and quilt transformed into a neat, rectangular package placed at the head of their sleeping space. This was done in near darkness, guided by muscle memory developed through thousands of repetitions rather than visual confirmation. The folding itself was considered a form of meditation practice, an opportunity to bring full attention to a simple daily task that could reveal profound insights about the nature of mind and material. After morning ablutions performed at long, stone basins, cold water splashed on face and hands with minimal sound or wasted movement, the monks proceeded in single file to the zendo, or meditation hall. They walked with a distinctive gait called kinhin, a formal walking meditation, where each step was coordinated with the breath, creating a slow, deliberate movement that maintained the meditative state while in transition. The wooden hallways had been polished by countless feet, moving in exactly this manner over centuries, the boards developing a subtle patina that recorded this history of mindful passage. The zendo was a large rectangular room with meditation platforms, arranged along the walls. The monks took their assigned places according to seniority within the community, each one stepping onto their platform with a formal bow before turning to face the wall. They settled into zazen, seated meditation with crossed legs, straight spine, hands formed into a specific mudra, ritual position, resting on the lower abdomen. The posture itself was considered a complete expression of enlightenment, the physical arrangement a form of teaching more profound than words. In the winter months, which could bring severe cold to these mountain temples, meditation required particular discipline. The unheated zendo might drop well below freezing before dawn, the monk's breath visible as clouds of vapor in the dim light of a few oil lamps. They wore multiple layers of robes but remained essentially still despite the cold, using mental focus rather than physical movement to manage discomfort. This voluntary endurance of difficult conditions was considered valuable training, a way to observe how the mind creates additional suffering through resistance to what is already present. The first meditation period lasted for 50 minutes, without break, a duration marked by a timekeeper monk using a simple incense clock. The only sounds were the occasional sharp crack of the kyosaku, a flat wooden stick used by the meditation hall monitor to strike the shoulders of any monk showing signs of sleepiness or improper posture. This striking was not considered punishment, but a compassionate awakening, a physical intervention that could break through mental dullness and return the practitioner to full awareness. Monks actually requested this assistance by placing their palms together when they felt their attention wavering. After the initial meditation period, the monastery transitioned to morning service, a ceremony combining chanted sutras, Buddhist scriptures, prostrations, and ritual offerings. The monks moved from the zendo to the Buddha hall in precise formation, maintaining complete silence apart from the sounds of synchronized movement and the occasional wooden clappers that signaled transitions between different parts of the ceremony. The chanting itself followed specific melodic patterns preserved through centuries of oral transmission, the Chinese characters of ancient texts pronounced with Japanese intonation in a linguistic tradition unique to this monastic environment. Following morning service came one of the most distinctive aspects of daily practice at a heiji, or yoki breakfast. This highly choreographed formal meal took place in the monks' meditation positions, using a set of nested bowls unwrapped from a cloth with precise movements that had been standardized since Dogen's time. Every action, the arrangement of bowls, the serving and consumption of food, the cleaning of utensils using a pickle and hot water, the re-wrapping of the set, followed exact procedures performed in unison by all participants. The meal itself was simple vegetarian fare: rice porridge, pickled vegetables, perhaps a small amount of protein from tofu or other plant sources. What distinguished oryoki was not the food itself, but the quality of attention brought to its consumption. Eating was conducted in complete silence, each mouthful received with gratitude and awareness. Not a grain of rice was wasted. At the meal's conclusion, hot water was added to the main bowl, to capture any remaining particles. This rinse then consumed as the final part of the meal. The washing, drying, and rewrapping of bowls was performed with the same precise movements by all monks simultaneously, creating a choreography that transformed basic maintenance into moving meditation. A meal that might take 10 minutes in ordinary circumstances extended to nearly 45 minutes through this deliberate mindfulness. After breakfast, the monastery divided into work groups for samu, the daily labor that maintained the physical operation of the community. Some monks worked in the kitchen preparing the day's remaining meals, others cleaned hallways and meditation spaces, some tended the extensive vegetable gardens that provided much of the community's food, while those with specialized skills might work on building repairs or craft projects needed by the monastery. Regardless of the specific task, the same quality of attention was expected, complete focus on the activity at hand rather than mechanical performance while thinking about other matters. The monks working in the huge monastery kitchen followed traditions established by Dogen himself, who had written extensive instructions on the spiritual dimensions of cooking practice. The head cook, or tenzo, was typically a senior monk with decades of experience, reflecting the importance assigned to this role. Vegetables were washed, chopped, and prepared with reverence, understood not as inanimate materials, but as offerings that had their own Buddha nature, deserving respect. Every action in the kitchen was performed with full awareness. The sound of the knife on the cutting board, the transformation of ingredients through cooking processes, the arrangement of food in serving vessels, all opportunities to manifest mindfulness in tangible form. Throughout the day, bells and wooden clappers signaled transitions between activities, maintaining a schedule that had varied little across centuries. The predictable rhythm allowed monks to release concern about what came next, focusing completely on present activity without anticipating future events or dwelling on past ones. This temporal structure created a container for the development of concentration that gradually extended from formal meditation periods into all daily activities, the ultimate goal being the realization that everyday life itself, when approached with appropriate attention, was not distinct from meditation practice. Midday brought another formal meal, similar in structure to breakfast but with more substantial food. The afternoon included further periods of zazen, sutra study, and work practice. As daylight began to wane, the monastery prepared for evening service, another ceremony of chanting and prostrations, this one particularly focused on the expression of gratitude for the day's sustenance and teachings. And the formal day concluded with a final meditation period before monks returned to the dormitory for sleep, the entire sequence to be repeated with minimal variation the following day and the day after that, continuing the pattern that had structured life at Eiheiji for nearly 800 years. This daily routine was intensified during periodic session periods, week-long meditation retreats when the normal schedule was altered to include additional hours of zazen and fewer work activities. During these intensive training periods, monks might sit in meditation for up to 10 hours daily, with walking meditation periods providing the only physical relief. These sessions were considered essential components of Zen training, opportunities to focus exclusively on meditation practice without the distractions of ordinary responsibilities. The physical challenges of extended sitting, minimal sleep, and simplified meals created conditions where practitioners could directly confront habitual patterns of mind that might remain hidden during less intensive practice periods. What distinguished Eiheiji from many religious institutions was its emphasis on the sacredness of ordinary actions. Where other traditions might separate spiritual practice from daily necessities, Zen deliberately elevated the most mundane activities to the status of religious observance. Cleaning toilets was approached with the same reverence as chanting ancient scriptures. Chopping vegetables was not preparation for something more important, but a complete spiritual practice in itself. This perspective was captured in the monastery's many training phrases such as "every day is a good day" and "when washing the rice, know that the water is your own life." The monastery's physical environment reinforced this philosophical approach. Buildings were constructed of natural materials, wood, paper, stone, that would age visibly over time, manifesting the Buddhist teaching of impermanence. Gardens featured carefully placed rocks and minimally pruned plants, expressing natural forms rather than imposing rigid human designs. Interior spaces were largely undecorated except for calligraphy scrolls in specific ceremonial locations, creating environments where attention could settle into direct experience rather than being captured by ornate surroundings. The aesthetic was one of refined simplicity that revealed beauty in unadorned reality rather than elaborate embellishment. At the heart of this monastic practice was a paradox recognized by the practitioners themselves. They followed extremely detailed forms and structures in order to ultimately transcend form itself. The precise movements of ceremony, the exact arrangements of objects, the carefully choreographed interactions between community members all served as training methods rather than ends in themselves. By completely embodying these forms with full awareness, practitioners could eventually realize the formless nature of mind that underlay all experience. The rigid external structure created conditions where internal freedom could emerge. Through the monastery's long history, political systems had risen and fallen. Technologies had transformed the surrounding society. Cultural values had shifted dramatically. Yet within Heiji's walls, the fundamental practice remained remarkably consistent. This continuity was not due to blind adherence to tradition for its own sake, but rather to the recognition that certain aspects of human experience, the tendencies of mind, the nature of suffering, the possibility of awakening, remained constant despite external changes. The practices developed to address these fundamental human conditions retained their relevance across centuries, continuing to offer effective methods for contemporary practitioners facing the perennial questions of existence as night settled over the monastery and most monks slept on their narrow platforms. A few remained in the zendo for yasa, optional extended night meditation. In the near-total darkness, with only a single oil lamp providing minimal illumination, these dedicated practitioners continued to sit facing the wall, embodying the monastery's fundamental teaching that enlightenment was not found through escaping ordinary reality but through complete presence within it, moment by moment, breath by breath, throughout days that linked together to form lifetimes of continuous practice. As the monks of Heiji continued their night meditation in Japan, halfway around the world in the deserts of Morocco, another sacred tradition unfolded under the vast canopy of stars. The ancient city of Fez, with its labyrinthine medieval Medina, housed one of the world's oldest continuously operating universities. The University of Al-Qarawiyyin, founded in 859 CE by a woman named Fatima al-Fihri. Within its walls, scholars maintained traditions of Islamic learning that had preserved and expanded human knowledge through the Middle Ages, including astronomical studies that combined scientific precision with spiritual purpose. In a small observatory tower attached to the university mosque, the muwakkit, timekeeper, and astronomer conducted his nightly observations. This position had existed for over 1,000 years, combining religious responsibility with scientific expertise. The current muwakkit, a man in his 60s who had spent 4 decades studying both astronomy and Islamic jurisprudence, climbed the narrow spiral staircase with the same careful steps his predecessors had used for centuries. The tower, though restored multiple times throughout its history, maintained its original design, a circular room with carefully positioned apertures that allowed observation of specific celestial bodies. The astronomer's primary religious duty was determining the precise times for daily prayers, which varied throughout the year based on solar position. He also calculated the beginning and end of Islamic months, which followed a lunar calendar rather than a solar one. These calculations were not merely academic exercises but essential foundations for the religious life of the community, ensuring that worship and festivals occurred at their proper times as prescribed by tradition. The merging of scientific observation with religious purpose had created a continuous tradition of astronomical study that had contributed significantly to human understanding of the cosmos. The observatory contained instruments that had evolved over centuries of astronomical practice, astrolabes of brass that modeled the movement of heavenly bodies, quadrants for measuring the altitude of stars, and precision timekeeping devices. Some were modern replacements, but others were historic pieces, centuries old, still functional and used daily. The astronomer handled these instruments with reverence born of understanding their historical significance. Through such tools, his predecessors had calculated the length of the solar year to within minutes of modern measurements, mapped the positions of thousands of stars, and developed mathematical methods still taught in modern universities. On this particular night, his observations focused on determining the precise visibility conditions for the new crescent moon that would mark the beginning of Ramadan, the sacred month of fasting. This was among his most important annual duties, as an error would cause the entire community to begin their religious observance on the wrong day. The determination required both mathematical calculation and direct observation. Islamic tradition specified that the new month began when the crescent moon could be physically sighted after sunset, not merely when astronomical calculations indicated its position. As he conducted his observations, the astronomer recited traditional prayers associated with contemplation of the heavens. In Islamic tradition, observation of celestial bodies was considered a form of worship, directing attention to the precision and beauty with which Allah had created the universe. Verses from the Quran that mentioned the sun, moon, and stars were incorporated into the astronomer's work routine, creating a seamless integration of scientific procedure and spiritual practice. This unity reflected a fundamental concept in classical Islamic thought, that the natural world, when properly understood, revealed divine wisdom rather than contradicting religious understanding. The observatory tower offered an unobstructed view of the western horizon, where the thin crescent moon would appear briefly after sunset if conditions were favorable. The astronomer carefully recorded atmospheric conditions, the exact time of sunset, and the duration of twilight, all factors that would affect visibility. His notes, written in elegant Arabic calligraphy, followed a format that had changed little since medieval times, creating records that could be compared with observations made by his predecessors centuries earlier. This continuity of method had allowed Islamic astronomers to identify patterns requiring decades or even centuries of observation, including subtle variations in lunar orbit that would have been impossible to detect within a single lifetime. After completing his observations and calculations, the astronomer descended the tower to consult with the imam of the university mosque. Together they would make the final determination about whether the new month had officially begun, combining the astronomical data with religious guidelines that had been established through centuries of theological discussion. Their conclusion would be communicated to muezzins, who would include the announcement in the evening call to prayer, informing the community whether the following day would begin the Ramadan fast. This process, the observation of natural phenomena, their interpretation, through both scientific understanding and religious tradition, and the subsequent guidance of community practice, represented a living continuation of the House of Wisdom tradition that had flourished during the Islamic Golden Age. Though political circumstances had changed dramatically over the centuries, the fundamental approach remained intact at institutions like Al-Qarawiyyin. Knowledge was pursued simultaneously for its practical application, intellectual understanding, and spiritual significance, with no artificial separation between these dimensions. The observatory's function extended beyond religious timekeeping to include practical applications that benefited the broader community. Agricultural calendars, navigation guidance for caravans, crossing the desert, and architectural planning all relied on astronomical knowledge maintained by the university. The Muwakkil regularly consulted with farmers about optimal planting times based on seasonal observations, with caravan leaders about using celestial navigation across the featureless desert landscape, and with city planners about aligning new construction with traditional principles that considered solar patterns throughout the year. The astronomer's work continued long after his evening observations were complete. By lamplight in a small study room adjacent to the observatory, he would spend hours updating reference tables, comparing current observations with historical records, and teaching younger scholars who would eventually succeed him in this specialized role. The transmission of knowledge was considered as important as the observations themselves, each generation responsible not only for maintaining the accuracy of calculations, but also for preserving the integrated approach that viewed scientific precision as a form of devotion rather than a separate domain of human activity. This educational process followed traditional methods that had proven effective over centuries. Students began with memorization of foundational texts, including both astronomical references and religious guidelines governing their application. They then proceeded to supervised use of instruments, gradually developing the physical skills required for accurate observation. Only after years of such training would they be permitted to make independent observations that contributed to official timekeeping. The system valued accuracy and continuity above innovation for its own sake, though it remained open to refinements that improved precision without disrupting the underlying principles. Throughout the night, as the astronomer worked in his tower, other forms of scholarship continued in different sections of the university complex. In the main library, caretakers maintained one of the world's oldest continuously operating collections of manuscripts. Some were engaged in the painstaking work of restoration, repairing damaged pages, reinforcing bindings, and creating protective enclosures for particularly fragile items. Others copied texts at risk of deterioration, preserving their content in newer materials while maintaining absolute fidelity to the original wording. The library contained works on subjects ranging from mathematics and medicine to poetry and jurisprudence, many of them unique manuscripts that existed nowhere else in the world. The collection included translations of Greek philosophical texts that had been preserved through Arabic versions when the originals were lost in Europe, medical treatises that had advanced understanding of human anatomy and disease treatment, and astronomical works that had mapped the heavens with remarkable precision using instruments designed by Islamic scholars. Elsewhere in the complex, scholars engaged in quiet study or small group discussions, continuing intellectual traditions that had flourished here since the early medieval period. The traditional method of learning centered on close reading of authoritative texts, followed by discussion with a teacher who had mastered not only the content, but also the chain of interpretation that connected contemporary understanding with the original authors. This approach created an intellectual lineage comparable to the spiritual lineages found in other traditions, with each scholar able to trace their educational heritage through specific teachers backward through centuries. As dawn approached, the astronomer concluded his night's work with calculations for the day's prayer times, which would be provided to the muezzin, who would call the faithful to worship from the mosque's minaret. The precise determination of these times, dawn, fajr, midday, dhuhr, afternoon, asr, sunset, maghrib, and night, isha, required understanding of solar position and twilight conditions that varied throughout the year. The mathematician-astronomer converted these natural phenomena into clock times that would guide the community's daily rhythm of devotion. With the coming of morning light, the observatory's role would shift. Daytime observations focused on the sun rather than stars, measuring its maximum altitude to confirm seasonal calculations, observing sunspots through specialized equipment, and training students in techniques that required daylight. The alternation between day and night observations created a continuous cycle of activity in the tower, mirroring the celestial movements being studied and connecting human schedule to cosmic patterns in a tangible demonstration of how natural rhythms informed religious practice. This integration of natural observation, mathematical precision, religious purpose, and community application represented the continuing heritage of Islamic scientific tradition. Though modern astronomy had developed specialized equipment and theoretical frameworks unknown to medieval scholars, the fundamental approach modeled at Al-Qarawiyyin, careful observation, meticulous record-keeping, mathematical analysis, and practical application, contained elements that remained valuable in contemporary scientific practice. The unbroken tradition maintained here served as a living reminder that science at its best was not separated from human values and purposes, but rather embedded within cultural frameworks that gave meaning to its findings. As the muezzin's dawn call to prayer echoed across the ancient city, the astronomer completed his night's work and prepared for a brief rest before daytime duties began. The tower that had housed centuries of celestial observation remained a connection point between earth and heavens, human curiosity and divine order, scientific precision and spiritual purpose, continuing a tradition that had contributed immeasurably to humanity's understanding of our place in the cosmos.